Well,
Hmm,
it.
doesn't even show it here.
What the shit?
Well, I can still do it from here though too, correct?
Yeah.
So if I need to, I can switch between them for that.
It might. It might. It might have just. Might just need to update it or whatever. Here.
Possibly. This has been on here
I'll,
for a while.
I'll go find your account and see and give you input on like how it sounds through there. So. Your name is just Valager on here.
Yep.
Huh. Okay. Channels. Okay, there you are.
Huh. There was a 40-second video posted while we were talking.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you on Discord to see how you sound on the other side. Just say a sentence or something.
Alright. Hello and welcome to the stream.
Yeah, the volume seems to be coming through all right.
Okay. Xbox does not show me as live yet, but I know it may just be delayed.
Yeah, I'm on your Twitch on the computer. So,
Yep.
though I do gotta say, I'm coming through louder than you are.
Okay, so I gotta turn this down more.
Yeah. Do you have a mic sensitivity? That might be a little too much.
Not directly on this microphone, but I might be on the PC somewhere.
Okay,
Um,
that should be fine. You'll want to mess around with sound testing and stuff just to make sure. Um,
is that can I do it right here from these options, or do I have to go into the mic on like Windows?
you have to do it from Windows.
Okay, it's just the audio through the headset. I'd
Though,
have to
of
find the
course,
mic settings.
with this specific situation, you might want to turn that back up depending on the sound of your game. Because I guess it depends on what you want more to come through. Um,
Damn it.
it'll kind of be your own preference. So
Yeah.
like I like to turn my mind down so that because I got the music always playing in the background generally, and then a lot of people play with me, so I want it to be able to hear them as well. So I don't really care much for my game volume, unless of course game volume is important. It should be fine as I said. It's probably just because
Yeah, there's not settings here in the Windows options, but I'm sure there's more hidden elsewhere I'd have to go through and find.
you just want to make sure whatever volumes you got coming through the game or through people, just make sure it's not overtaking your voice, and it should be fine.
Mhm. Let's see.
Also, another thing I didn't mention in the editor with your theme, you can drag around things. So if you wanted your name and stuff to be at the bottom, you could drag that to the bottom if you wanted to.
Okay.
I would recommend clicking it if you're gonna do that. I'd recommend clicking it from the source,
Okay.
um, because where would the let's see, because that's separate from the actual words, so you might want to click on both of them. I don't know which. I'll have to click around to figure out which is the actual graphic, but
Oh, it's just a matter of doing both, it looks like.
well, if you click on both in the source, like you shift and then or shift right click two of them, I think they should scroll together. So, but I don't know which out of those is the graphic for it. So,
Either way, I think it's in position now. Cool.
I'm not seeing much lag. Um, also
It'll.
from the inside of your Streamlabs, you can see it'll tell you if you're like what kind of if you're dropping frames or anything, and it'll tell you the
On the
certain
dashboard, correct?
yeah. If you look at the bottom of that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
Oh,
what
down
CPU
here.
you're in.
That was
Yeah, so
zero.
you're not no drop frames. You're getting 30 frames per second, and you're only using 9.5% CPU.
Cool.
And you've got that's your kilobyte upload speed. Wow, your upload speed kind of sucks. No offense.
That's literally like the only option. So
But I mean, it seems to be going through on this side, all right. So you just you might get buffering issues if like you got a lot of people using the internet at one time or something.
hmm
So I'm gonna spam your chat and see what it does. Okay, so it deleted my message.
Yep.
Okay, so just do three. Okay, so are you able to see my messages pop up?
I see them on the Xbox. They're in Streamlabs as well, and on the Twitch dashboard. So it's all present.
Okay.
It's kind of interesting. It still shows your name over the deleted messages, but
Yeah, it just deletes what it just deletes like what you put in there.
yeah.
Um, you're eligible for Streamlabs affiliate, and you just started.
Oh, that's not Twitch. That's Streamlabs. They may have their own set of shit.
Yeah, yeah. No, literally, what it is they try to get you to like get your friends to use Streamlabs too, and
Yeah.
they're like, get $1 for every friend you invite. I'm like, how many fucking streamers you think I know?
Yeah.
That's not gonna make me a lot of money.
hmm And like most people you know are probably busy watching your stream, not streaming their own.
Yeah.
Let's see what it's like when it loads, because this loading world can be intensive.
Okay, I'll watch it from this end. What kind of system does your computer have?
Oh, there it goes. Ouch.
Yeah, you're buffering now.
What kind of what?
What's your system on your computer?
The operating system?
Like, no, I mean what your what how good is your like processor and RAM and shit?
Um, RAM is 8. The graphics is a 1060. Uh, CPU is a quad core, or not quad, yeah, quad something.
Is it
2.8 gigahertz, I think.
Intel or an AMD?
I'd have to check.
Supposedly you have three people watching you on this end.
Well, myself, you, and Nightbot, I'm sure.
Nightbot doesn't count as a viewer.
Oh, okay.
It'll show in your chat, but it doesn't actually give you a view for it.
Let's see. It's a AMD Ryzen 5 1400 quad core 3.7 gigahertz.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know anything about AMD, so I don't know what that's equivalent to.
Yeah.
Um, you got 8 gigabytes of RAM. You know if that's DDR3 or 4?
Um. Fuck.
It doesn't tell. You would just have to know.
I don't recall. used to look at the spec sheet a lot, but I don't have it on hand.
Okay. See, if I don't know about your processor, but the rest of your system seems pretty close to mine. That's pretty much what I'm running. Um, so I don't know how intensive this game is specifically, but
It's pretty up there. I want to say it's not as bad as Arc, but it's a lot more than you would think for the low graphics.
well, I'm not. I got a little bit of buffering, but that was probably just for your connection, not your actual computer, but not anything like your computer.
Cool.
So it looks like you can handle this at least, all right. Now, like my computer, I can stream. I have to stream Monster Hunter in low graphics, but it's an extremely fucking rough um game.
Hmm.
It's not optimized at all, so
This is actually running smoother than I expected, despite having other things up. Normally, it's pretty bad. Third power core.
do you have any more questions regarding it?
Nope, that should be all. I think I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem, dude. I'm gonna hop off here then. Feel free to message me if you have any more questions.
It should be good. And welcome whoever else is in the chat. I'm starting a new world, so I have no idea where the ores and stuff will be. Oops. So every time you scan something, you get a scan result. You come here, find out what it is, and that gives you research points, which you then spend on projects or recipes. Projects are like categories that will unlock various different items or other recipes for you to unlock. Don't say that around the game dev, he will smack you upside the head. He hates that comparison. And aside from the block based environment, it's a lot more like Factorio than Minecraft or the upcoming game Satisfactory. So this means there's an ore patch down here. Or something I haven't scanned yet, at least. It's kind of hard to see with the glow, but once that fades, it'll be easier. You can kind of tell by the orange and green that that is copper. It's one of the starting materials that we will need. You start out with coal, at least one vein supplying your base, but you'll often need to expand out to more. Oops. Oh, right here is some tin, I think. Oh no, that's the rest of the coal vein, it looks like. Oh no, it's its own. Copper, tin, coal, and iron are the three, dang it, tier 1 materials you will run into. And most of those can be found at or near the surface. Save my points for now. I think I should be able to just start auto mining without spending more. Oh, nope. I do need... Oh, right, it starts me with a miner. Okay. So unlike other games where you dig by hand, in this one you set up automated miners that you then power and then build resources back to your production areas. They give you a pretty decent sized inventory as well, so you can manually haul things around as needed. One of my favorite things about this, however, is the built-in grappling hook they start you with. It's getting around crazy fun and fast, although quite dangerous. Oops. The slimes you will see moving around are neutral. They will not attack you unless you attack them. They drop various bug parts, which are used later on in the game. Yeah, it's kind of a, I don't know, you'd call it a hidden gem. I've seen Direwolf stream it quite often in the past. He's probably my favorite Minecraft YouTuber. So there is kind of a connection. It attracts a lot of the same people, but it's nowhere near as well known. Let's see. So The control hub provides power to anything it touches as long as it's supplied with fuel. It can get that from the storage hopper as needed, and that's being supplied by the miner, and it's basically a power loop here. I need to tap into that and direct some of that elsewhere. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do this. These lasers transmit the energy. I can rotate these, and now it should be changed all the way from the base over to here. The power cube is, or sphere, is getting power and powering the miner slowly, and that will auto output to the hopper here. Now it does not look like they started me with any extra belts aside from the power loop, so I will have to make some of those if I want to bring that back towards base. They do also start you with this refinery right here, and you place ores in one side and pulls from that and puts out the other. You can configure the way the hoppers interact with other machines. Alright, thank you, Lucian. I really appreciate the help. You can use Q to pull items out of hoppers if there are any. T will place whatever you have in your hand in them. So for now I will put the ore in here, and it should... Oh wait, I believe I have these set backwards. Yeah, remove only, and then add only. It's always a weird perspective, because I think it's from the perspective of belts. If you had belts going in, for example, remove only removes from other things and goes into itself, but then machines are able to pull from them by default, I believe. And then adding would be if you only want to push out to something else. It uses energy from the power hub until it heats up and starts the refining. For this refinery they start you with, or ore smelter, the ratio is 2 to 1. So every 2 ore will give you 1 ingot when it's complete. Although there are different... Oh, excuse me. I was thinking I was on the lower setting. You can change the difficulty, and that will have an effect on stuff like that. In this case, I'm 1 higher up on the difficulty, so it actually takes 4 ore per ingot. And see, it's now unable to pull in those extra 2, so I'll just take those out for now. Now this makes 5 belts for 1 copper. So obviously I would need quite a bit more copper if I wanted to run this here. And hoppers can store multiple kinds of items as long as you do not exceed their limit, which for these particular hoppers is 100. Although there are cheaper ones that you can make. For example, this logistics hopper only holds 2. This is a very basic hopper, and you would only want to use that as minimally as possible. I'm going to actually take some of this excess coal as well, because coal you can auto craft into these torches as needed, and you can use those to light up things and as heat sources. As you can see in the upper section, there is multiple things such as your suit temperature and external temperature to worry about. And the more that differentiates, the more power your suit will consume. Give me just a moment. Oh, my bad. I totally forgot. Sorry. Yeah, I turned it off for a moment. Yeah, this is my very first actual stream. I tested Factorio once on my old laptop, but I wasn't able to do it. It just couldn't handle it. However, now that I have this new PC, it should be able to. Also, Fortresscraft is a little less intensive, at least during the early stages. Right now, I'm scanning everything around me to get more research points. Oh, that one's already been scanned. Now there's these pods down there that I can scan as well. I'll go ahead and process these scans for more points. This does as well use a little bit of power from the hub, but it replenishes pretty quickly. Just going to take the copper that's been processed already and make some more belts. We use this handy build to me feature. So I can just control and left click and it will build the whole line at once. What I should in fact probably do is take the hopper off from the other end and put it closer to the base, because I believe this should be able to output straight to the belt. No, it looks like it can't. Although because of this slow speed, I can probably use the logistics hopper here instead. This only holds 2 items and it's really slow, but since it's just taking them out of the miner and putting them on the belt, that should be fine. This one can hold up to 100, which makes that as a nice buffer, and if I put that up here, it'll auto insert here, and it puts it closer for easy access. Oh yeah, I don't know if it performs well enough for VR, but I do think it's kind of pretty. Especially like the crash drop pods and some of the things you see later on. Although the environment is very dark. Even though the map size is effectively infinite, like you'll never reach the edge in your lifetime, the progression is based on digging downward. So you get deeper and deeper into the earth, hundreds and hundreds of meters down. Now, because this was inactive, it has to build up heat again, so I'm wasting a little bit of power here by not keeping it constantly running. But since you have multiple types of resources early on that you will need, it's very difficult to do that. Right now, I'm unlocking Gear Maker and Lightweight Machine Housing Crafter. Also gonna do a couple of these basic projects. Now, these thieves are designed to pull items out of your inventory into storage. So, for example, if you're used to... yes, it is procedural. If you're used to hauling a lot of things back manually, you can stand on these sieves and it will deposit it all into a hopper for you, and you can use that to auto sort the items. So, for example, the ore thief, you stand on that, it'll take out all ores, deposit them into hoppers, and from there you can filter them out onto belts. Yeah, I have no idea how well this would actually perform for it, but just based on how it performs on my computer, it may be a little bit funky. There are these better conveyor belts, which I could also be using. However, right now, that miner I have over there does not extract very fast, so this should be fine. And as you could tell, those also required tin, which I have not yet automated, or even scanned, I believe, and copper wire, which means we would have to start making some of these plants, which also require other metals. So I need to go find tin now. So I'm going to run a scan for any unknown material. And it treats this rock as unknown for some reason. Okay, go ahead. Scan that, might as well. And then multi-block objects, or the equivalent to multi-block in Minecraft, you can't just right-click to break. You have to shift or control, I believe. Yeah, shift. And that's to make it so you don't accidentally break important things. And those big boulders will drop assortments of ore. And beneath it happened to actually be this nice tin vein here. 2.6 mil, that doesn't seem that bad. So I'll go ahead and slap on a miner. Power. Hopper. And I'll just transfer some of my suit power into this for now, just to get it started running. Now, Arthur, the drone you see flying around me, because I made a power core for him as part of the tutorial, he will slowly build up a little bit of power over time, and he can transfer that to me. That can be seen just above my hotbar as the little bar that's currently charging, right beneath all the text. So that's the percentage of his power buffer that's full. I actually saw a couple videos stating that the new 2060 is out, and apparently that's gone over pretty well. It's only like $350, I think. And being a 2060, I mean, the quality's got to be pretty good. I think it's the budget version, and if the performance doesn't have any major issues, that is definitely a budget. Considering the 2080, I think, was like several thousand. I'm just going to try and make this as straight a line as possible so I don't have to do many transitions. That's close enough. Obviously, I don't have enough belts on me right now to even start this, but I want to get it laid out to make it easier. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's the same price as some graphics cards that are like years old. If there's nothing glaringly wrong with that, that is a heck of a deal. Especially because it's still got the ray trace optimization. Another thing that sets this apart from Minecraft is you can interact with objects at almost your visual range. I could reach that hopper all the way from here and take things out. If you can see it, you can pretty much interact with it. Now this is a warning that this storage of this hopper is full, which is fine. This is going to pretty much be dedicated to just powering the CPH, the central power hub. So if that backlogs, the miner just doesn't run and it just sits there. I don't believe it consumes extra power either. So this is just idle right now. Well, I guess the CPH is sending a little bit over to the copper place. And the heater is smelting. Or the smelter's heating. I don't know why I said that backwards. Yeah, most games aren't designed for it. Although, if like Nvidia and stuff have their way, I'm sure they're going to try and push developers to use it since they've obviously added it as a feature. So if you can get like a $300 50 graphics card that can run ray trace games, that does goes a long way to help future proofing systems for those that can't afford a $2,000 graphics card. Now, you don't start with a solar panel on your suit from the beginning, but this I could research to unlock it and then make one. But there's still nothing in here I quite need yet. I need to get a backlog of resources first. So I think I need to get the tin up here and accessible. See, storage hoppers you can't begin to make till you get iron and several machines to process tin going for the lightweight machine housing. So for now, the things I would have to make are logistics or mini hoppers. The logistics hopper is ideal for pairing with a extractor that or a miner that has not been upgraded, obviously. The mini hoppers hold 10 instead of 2, but they transfer to belts much slower. So this is like a mini buffer. This is for actual interaction between belts and machines. Although the storage hopper is ideal, you want to move up to that as soon as you can. Yeah, that's true, Hillbilly. Unfortunately, at least unfortunately in my opinion, mobile gaming is actually becoming quite popular too. Much to my dismay. I'm just gonna go ahead and craft up a bunch of these. I don't know how many I'm gonna need, but early on you always need more belts, so it doesn't hurt to have a bunch on hand. Oops. And I should go ahead and grab myself a logistics hopper to swap out down there. And of course I just used up all my copper. So I have to wait a moment for this to smelt up, I think. Oh no, it still had some processing. Of course the guide is yelling at me to open the handbook. I'll do that, just get the notice out of the way. Now in here you can find info on just about everything in the game. It's pretty complete. It also gives you little tool tips. It says build force induction kit, for example. And what that does is it speeds up the furnaces. Oops. So that is a good next project for me to work towards. Especially if I get both these automated, or at least over to the base. Eventually you want furnaces on every different resource. Sometimes multiple furnaces smelting at once. But obviously we're nowhere near ready for that yet. Oops. Okay, that puts that close enough to my base for ease. I'll go ahead and collect the copper and get more of that smelting. Now the one thing I forgot to do is send power off towards the tin as well. I'm just going to go ahead and take that off of this power sphere. Now because these lasers are very awful, however this miner does not run very often since coal is very efficient in the hub. So I don't think that's going to take much off of that, and this should be fine for now. Forget what the range on these things is. Max range 64 blocks, so this should be plenty to get it over there. Actually, it wasn't that much extra. Here, I'm trying to use my grappling hook to get on top, but it doesn't look like I'm going to easily be able to do that with such a small object. So I'll just stare up to it. Oops. And one down there to redirect it. Actually, I think, yeah, I need to go one farther back because that's in row with the belts, not the power cube sphere. Now I'm just going to try and dig this out to match the level of the sphere, so that hopefully I only need one more laser to redirect it. And I'll go ahead and put a little power into while I'm at it. I do not have my own suit solar panel, but Arthur generates some charge on his own, so I'm still getting a little bit of power over time. Thank you! Oh, however, you see now that I'm actually out of power, my temperature is going down. It's a cold environment, and I have no power to the suit keeping me warm. One of the tricks I used to do was stand on top of these torches. I don't know if they still provide enough heat to get rid of hypothermia. They do. So you can build up your suit temperature a little bit that way and buy yourself more time till you get to power. Or just take it right from here from base. As you can see, I drained that one. I'll drain a little bit from this as well. And you can see that charges it very, very slowly. How's work going? And thanks for the follow, of course. Oh, I seem to be too low. Yep. So the ceiling's right there, one block above that, and then a third up. So I need to be one block higher. Which looks like there's already a gap. Oh yeah, because I already pre-drilled that hole. So I'm actually going to turn around and fill some of this back in. Oops. No need to make the holes larger than they have to be. Just rotate that around, and now that's hitting the sphere, providing power from base to that one. It'll take a moment to register, but now this is getting sufficient power to run. And that will slowly produce tin This is slow, but it'll be enough to keep up with the basic miner. And that will get it back towards base. There's already some on the bell from when I charged it from my suit. Oops. I didn't have that turned right, so it wasn't backlogging in the chest or in the hopper. So that takes care of getting copper and tin close to base. Iron tends to more often be found underground, so I may have to dig to look for that. Alright, thank you. Were you not off last week, Hillbilly? Considering it was like Christmas and New Year's and stuff? I heard the sound, but it's not showing me. Oh, it's directly under me. That's why. So that means there's something down there that I have not scanned yet because I'm pinging for unknown. And there's something you can get away with in Factorial relatively well, digging straight down. There are some gaps such as that, but it's not terrible unless you come upon a giant cavern. Close room. Apparently I've scanned all that there. Oh, Jesus. 5 weeks a year? Holy cow. And I believe this is iron. Although it doesn't look like there's much in this vein. Oh, I have to complete the scan, I think, before I can determine how much is in it. Oops. Way too high. This is gonna hurt. True. That is very true. They like it when you stay with a place for long. So it looks like I passed through rock there, which I just hadn't scanned yet. But now that scan gave me iron ore. I'm not going to worry about any of those projects yet. I don't have enough points that I feel comfortable investing too heavily. So I will go and leave research for now. Of course, I didn't think to mark my hull. Oh, here it is. Now, your suit will automatically craft coal or coal into torches. If you have torches on your hotbar, you just need some coal in your inventory as well. So whenever I click, it auto crafts the torch to place. And I've already lost it. There it is. I mean, that used to be common, especially in some of the older generations. There wasn't near as much competition, or well, there kind of was, but in certain industries there wasn't. And like when you got a job that you knew and could do well, you kind of wanted to keep it. I don't know if I'll want to run power down there to that iron yet, but I'll go ahead and make a few. I'll go ahead and make a logistics hopper to buffer to the belt and a mini hopper. I still have a few power spheres left over that they started me with. Oh yeah, your suit does also use power to heal you. So as you can see, my health is very slowly going up and it's draining my suit quite effectively as well. If you have no health or no power, you will not be able to recover your health as well. For some reason, this is not automatically taken out. I don't recall if I have to set this to any specific way. Oh no, it did instantly refill. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe that was full, so it didn't need another fuel. Yeah. I'm sure that's one of those kind of, I want to say 9 to 5 jobs too, where you don't have to deal with quite as many people on a regular basis as if you were doing, say, grocery or cashier, you know, the general service ones. I consider that a great job. Now, you can kind of use grappling hooks to break yourself a little by spamming it. If you just do it once, you'll kind of rubber band back up, but if you do it a few times, it'll keep you in the area and kill most of your momentum. Go and start that up a little bit. Oops, drained myself fully. That's not smart. Oh, that was close. Actually, that makes me wonder who all's here. I see turtles lurking. Hey, D. It helps that there's a few people I know that I kind of dragged in here. Still a lot of names I don't recognize, though, either. Hey, I mean, if I socialize with you, you kind of fit into a category where you would probably match with most of my friends. Considering how picky I am with the people I try and be around. True, but I'm sure not a lot of people are looking for it either. Which is kind of unfortunate because I think this game is quite great. It's kind of like Factorio, where there's a group of people that play it a lot or really enjoy it, but they're still considered the minority. What was I thinking? Well, obviously I'll need more belts. I needed to recharge. Did I have enough lasers? Probably not, considering the number of turns I have to make. And I'll just craft up the rest of that. Okay. Now, I prefer not to have two miners operating off the same weak laser here. So I will probably run a second line. I can still go off this because this is going to be powered by the base, which produces a lot. Thank you for the follow, Hillbilly. And in fact, given the location of this mine, it might be easier for me to dig straight down from here and over. Okay, yeah. Every increment of time, you'll get these reports about how your base is running. You can see the time they've spent running and so forth. None of them have motors upgraded. I tend to not pay too much attention to this. I know there's a lot of info there that could be useful, but for me, it's just one of those minor annoyances. Oh, I impacted some other resource here. Looks like more copper. Hopefully that is not directly under the laser. Because digging through ores takes forever. You're really meant to use the miners. And the miner will mine evenly throughout the entire vein, not one specific block. I forgot to see what level that was at. Okay, 67. Ah, dang it. There's something else in the way there. Probably tin. Okay, I am just going to detour then. As annoying as it is, digging through ores is way worse. Oops. I don't know how I actually place a block above me, but okay. Actually, that wasn't. Oh, but the range isn't quite enough. So I'll have to add one there. There we go. That should, as soon as it registers, start setting power to that. And this chest only has 2 spaces, so that fills up quickly. Oops. Actually, as you can see, my screen is getting red. I'm actually standing too close to the torch with no temperature or no power in my suit to cool me there. So I need to be standing farther away when I have no power. I'll just take a little back from this sphere. Oops. That works too. I can just reposition that, I guess. It's probably easier to clear that from the top. Damn it. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get more power. Because there comes the hypothermia. Which is a good opportunity to stop and throw in more ores to smelt anyway. Including some of that iron. That was close. Oh, there's that one that I actually misplaced. Cool, and that should go all the way up to the top. Dang it. Ow. And yeah, as you can tell, as hypothermia gets worse, it gets harder and harder to see. So you really want to keep the temperatures under control. And that will actually get this one near the surface as well. Which is kind of rare for me. Usually by this time, one of the 3 I'll just end up manually hauling for a while. Because I don't normally produce this many belts or drag lines this close to base early on. So this may actually help me out quite a bit. I'm just going to throw down that hopper right there. Now that only holds 10, so that one won't be much of a buffer, but still something. And to make the better hoppers, I would have to make iron into plates and then plates into gears. And I'd have to make tin into plates and plates into machine housings. So I'm going to need at least 2 stamper facilities. A gear maker, which means I would also need an extruder for the copper wire. And the housing has to be done first, it looks like. Yeah, I'm going to have to extrude wire first and tin plates. It looks like tin is the very start. Let me just make a couple basic hoppers to begin with. And I'll just slap this down for now. And I gotta remember which way. Yeah, remove only, and then add only. So this will extrude tin into the plates I need. There is a way to split the stack and only insert 1/2 of it, or however much you split. I just don't remember the order which you have to place the objects. Oh, these rod looking things are also health capsules. They make you replenish health quicker if you get super low. Unfortunately, I don't think I've gotten that low to actually trigger it, so it hasn't consumed the one I have in my suit upgrade slot. And now, oops, I'm gonna need another couple of chests. And now I can do the same thing over here for extruding. And yes, my bars are a little bit messy. I do sometimes fix them, but for now I'm just trying to get this made. There is a basic furnace, not this one, but a even more primitive one you can make not far into the game. As a matter of fact, I can make it right now. Oh, if I had one more material. However, it's very inefficient. It produces things quickly, but it uses many times as many ore per bar. So you'll actually consume more ore to make each ingot if you use that. Although you don't get to make these for a while. So sometimes you have to start with those basic ones just to get a consistent line of each ore type going, and then upgrade to these better ones later. Speaking of upgrading, I should make the forced induction. Oh, can't do that just yet. Okay. So, next thing I will need is machine housing. I need way more copper wire. So I will take the rest of this out and focus on getting the copper done first. No, yep, see that iron was already full. These strange looking things are kind of like trees. They're like an alien tree. You can break those down for wood, which you can use for some storage crates and decorative blocks, I believe. Oh, yeah, and I forgot to scan one ahead of time. Treats though, even though those are different colors, it treats those ones as the same. So now I have another scan to complete as well. So I have the scan for the wood and for the tubes themselves. That gave me a good number of points. I don't recall what local life forms unlocks, but I'm going to go ahead and scan that anyway. Oh, that unlocks space defense, that's right. Now, laboratories, for now, these projects and recipes are just a simple form of research. Not far from now, you make this multi-block laboratory, which consumes these kind of like research packets you supply it, and you have to assemble those. For now, things are unlocked just by spending points, but that's what the laboratories is for. Improved ore scan allows you to make a specific ping, so you can use a piece of ore and the filter and then ping for just coal, for example. So don't get extra stuff. Rooms are kind of interesting. I've only played around with them a couple times. I was away from this game for a long period of time and they were added. So I haven't fully played around with them, but I know their purpose and it's a kind of a cool system. The developer was aware of the limitations of this game and trying to keep all the game world in the memory at once, or at least like the portion needed, even though it's not rendered, was kind of intensive, so they came with a workaround. You can build isolated rooms, and when you step inside the room, it stops like tracking everything outside, so your game runs smoother. And you can build like multiple rooms with blocks that bridge power and stuff between them. So you can also build your base inside of the rooms, and so they are not taking up resources when you're out of the rooms as well. It's a way of dividing up the world so that you're not tracking everything at once. I'm going to just split this here to like 4. Oh, that didn't work. There it goes. So I believe it's based on the position in your grid. So I think this should insert 3 since 4 is farther down. Or maybe it's reversed. I'm not terribly surprised. I now have enough to build the machine housing crafter. And though not strictly necessary, I should probably build another set of separate hoppers. You can kind of split off one that's an output because this machine housing crafter needs tin plates. And I can do it off this. I just don't remember if it will automatically pull from a hopper in add only or not. And if I put add and remove, there's a chance that these machines that assemble stuff can feed them back into the same hopper. So what I might want to do is instead make a conveyor belt as a buffer out of this. So that will always send this way. It shouldn't affect the hopper settings. Then I can set that remove to remove only. I think this will work. And then, oops. Okay, that should work. And now in theory, if I place tin in here, it will get compressed down to a plate, go in here, get pulled in, and turned into casings. Although it does take 6 tin plates per casing, so that's kind of expensive. I should probably swap over the copper smelting to tin now. Oh, it looked like it finished up most of that copper anyway. Now, for those of you wondering, most of these things are handcraftable, but they will consume easily 2 times as many resources in most cases, if not more, handcrafting than using these machines. And considering these particular machines for shaping metals consume no power, there's really no reason not to use that system. But if you just need something like in a limited supply, you can do it that way. The copper wire, tin plates, and the housings are something you will need a lot of regardless. I could go ahead and throw some of these tin plates back in there as well. I do like how these machines are fully animated as well. It's kind of cool watching the factory produce things, although it is a little bit derpy how the ingot just turns into a plate at the end. And it gets me the first machine housing. Which is all I needed for the gear maker, but I do need more copper wire. So I will go ahead and split off 2. I think this should work. Yep, did just the 2 I needed. So that the lower it is in your inventory, the higher priority it will be placing. Sorry if you see random pauses. Anytime I alt tab, it brings up the pause menu. And unfortunately, I have to run this in full screen. Oops, but I did forget to make another stamper, I think it is, to make the plates. Yes, and I need more tin bars. Fortunately, there's enough. Oh, I had one extra still from earlier. So I'll be kind of mimicking this over here. A hopper going into a stamper to make iron plates. That will come out onto a belt, go into a chest that the iron gear maker will be able to access. And then that will go into another hopper. Sorry I keep saying chest. I'm so used to Minecraft I use those terms interchangeably. And it doesn't look like any of the iron actually... Oh wait, I think I saw an ingot. Yeah, 2 ingots did get made up, but I will have to do more. This early smelter kind of sucks. I need to get that induction going quickly. That's the one advantage of the basic ones, is they will be much faster. And obviously there are multiple veins throughout the world. Even if this one runs out, it's not the end of the world. I can go find more. it's just a hassle, like finding new veins and moving new lines and stuff to them. So I try to make each vein last as long as I possibly can. However, since this may be a while now, this is a good time for me to start digging down and exploring beneath the surface. We obviously know there's something down there. Let me go ahead and drop down here since this is close. And yes, I'm being very careless, but it's just power and health. Oh, interesting. So you see how I fell through that? That is a camo block, which is actually a hostile. However, they aren't active when you are around them. They try and steal power from your system, I believe. But they'll hide when you're around. However, I do not have a blaster yet to actually deal with that. So he'll just have to stay there or move about when I'm not around, either way. Oh, it looks like it's just this material that I hadn't scanned yet. Not that there's an ore there. Bedrock, worth 10 points. I'm going to go ahead and research base defense. I'm hoping that will unlock the ability to make a blaster, but I don't remember. Clearly it makes the turret. And I could power turret over there. Oh, yep. Unlock the ability for the ray gun. How expensive is that? Doesn't even show up in the list yet, I think. There it is. Oh, charged lithium coils. Yeah, I haven't even seen lithium yet. That is roughly 60 or more blocks down, I think, below surface level. So I will not be getting that for a while. And the charger also takes power. You have to power up the charger and charge lithium coils. Either way, that is the new material that I first spotted. Let me go ahead and check the smelter. I'll throw a little bit more tin in and iron if I can. And try and keep emptying that small buffer. I'll get down there and scan again. Can't find these in the same spot. They tend to move a lot. Okay, there's something quite a ways down there. Obviously the torches aren't strictly necessary, but I prefer to have them. This will actually probably beat lithium considering it's like 130 down. I think that's the only ore that I haven't found yet anyway that will be relatively close to the surface. I do mean relatively, because there's a lot of ground to cover. And it is a new ore, so that should be lithium since we have copper, tin, and iron already. Although getting power down here might be a little more difficult. Considering the distance, I'll have to use multiple lasers chained or run it manually, which I do quite often in my own saves. Oops. I am what many Factorio players would call a dirty hand crafter. I do a lot of things by hand early on that probably could be automated, just because I find certain things more convenient early on that way, even though other people would probably disagree. As a matter of fact, if the game dev ever watched me stream, he would probably rage, because he likes the idea of automate everything. Oh, and as you can see, my suit is out of power, so now I'm susceptible to temperatures. However, we are almost to the surface, so I should be able to get some power here soon. Wow, that came out right near base. That might actually be a little bit easier than I thought. Oops. That is kind of surprising that the lithium came out that close. However, I've gone through all the miners that the game has provided for the beginning, so to get that set up, I will definitely have to process more resources, including getting the iron gear set up. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and do all 12 of these iron. Oh, right. It only fit 10. No, that works too. So that will make me 10 gears when that's all done. I will need more copper wire as well. It's never time not to eat something. There we go, 5 gears made already. The gear plant is really cool. I like watching its animation. Oh hell, we eat early in the morning when my boyfriend gets back from work, and that's our dinner. Since I'm waiting on some of this to craft up, I'm going to go ahead and take some time to sort out my hot bars now. I'm just going to wipe it all and start over. Oh, I forgot to actually process the scan for that lithium. As annoying as all the text is, sometimes it really is useful reminders. And yep, lithium. Okay, I think the first tab will probably be things I use a lot of. Oh, I forgot and took the torch off my hotbar. However, if I hit C, I can open up my personal crafting menu, and I can just craft one up there. Oh, that is one thing to be aware of. Even though you can craft the basic and normal tier lasers in here, in your personal craft, you can actually upgrade the basic tier into the next. The same for belts. Sometimes the efficiency is actually a little bit different too. Thank you for the follow, Turtle. With belts, for example, you use up a little more tin if you make the basic belt in the directly inside the assembler. So it's cheaper to make upgrade your normal belts in the assembler. It's cheaper to make basic in the assembler and then upgrade them in your inventory. It's kind of weird how that works. Okay, so I'm just going to leave most of the first bar blank, I think. Second bar, I will do ores and bars. I'll leave room for lithium. I'll have to readjust it all later as we get even deeper. And then next one, I'll go ahead and place any machine related things. This is the Arthur power core I was mentioning earlier. Just having that in my inventory allows him to get and receive charge. It should be enough for now. Okay, so now we found that lithium. We'll want to get a miner on that, or ore extractor. I will need more gears before I can do that. So I'm going to have to process more iron first. I'll go ahead and take out the rest of the copper and get that going. And this can start being squished down. Actually, I can't remember. Is that force induction achievable yet? Technically, yes. That would probably be a better route for me because the ores are taking so long to smelt right now. It's a lot of housings and a lot of copper wire, but it's doable. Cool. Thanks for popping in, Turtle. Ooh, that screen shake means there was an oral impact and there was another drop pod. I recommend always going out and retrieving these because you get research points by doing so. I think you actually need the components. Oops. From the drops later on, I believe. I don't quite remember how that works. Try to remember what direction your base is. You have the giant beam, but you can move out of render distance and get lost. Depending on your settings, it can be quite close to. See, it's already disappeared off mine. I'm running this a little bit lower than I would like because I wasn't sure how well it would handle the stream. Oh, I see something there off in the distance. Kind of spoilery. Ooh, organic rock. This is one thing I'm missing for making my own smelters. Normally you find that deeper underground, but you can find that in other places. And although I think I've lost sight of that drop pod, there's something over here that I want to show you. Look at this crazy thing. These are the overmines, I believe they're called. There's one of those in each diagonal on the map, and they will spawn enemy insects that attack your base as you progress. This hard resin stuff is actually made by overmines and these other creatures called high mines and worms. The main end game of the base game is to charge up an orbital gun to destroy those. I believe it's an orbital laser. And that will stop enemies from coming from each of those directions. You destroy it from like the northeast and you'll no longer get waves coming from the northeast. However, that is quite an feat and you have to charge it for each quadrant. And it doesn't reduce the number of enemies, so if you destroy it from one direction, that just means more will come from the next. Or from the others, I mean. Let's hope I can find my way back to base. I don't think I was too far off. Now those pods I don't believe despawn, so that will probably be there if I ever come back this way again later. Oh, and I also found diamond. I think. Also a rare find on the surface. You'll find gems mostly as you dig down. In those you can use to make lenses to improve the efficiency of your energy transfer lasers. Organic rock. Absolutely. Thank you. As you can see, each research here, or each scan, requires a certain amount of power to process. So I have to wait for this to build up. Resin. And I need 630 on the research station before I can do the next one. Hillbilly, I have 8 gigabytes of RAM a 1060, I believe it is, and a quad-core 3.7 AMD Ryzen something, Ryzen 7, I think, which is reasonable for a large portion of things, but certain outlier games such as Minecraft and a lot of indie ones aren't optimized to spread out their usage. So one or the other typically ends up being a bottleneck. Arc, Factorio, Minecraft, all three of those can push the limits of this at times, depending on what I'm doing. Fortresscraft is among those that is kind of intensive depending on what you have in your system. Although early on it's not so bad, but as you spread out, it can get way worse, which is kind of why the developer promotes using rooms so much to isolate things so it's not all loaded at once. Oops. Didn't need to rotate that. Unfortunately, these 6 plates to 1 casing really is going to suck when I need, or housing, I mean. Well, I only need 1 more housing, that's not terrible. And there it is, okay. And the forced induction object you place on top of your smelter, and it makes it go quite a bit faster. By the way, if you have something over, if your cursor's on something, for example, the forced induction, and you hit H, your help, whatever it's on should always appear as one of the options in the help menu. So I can look at the forced induction easily without digging through a bunch of things. Power usage goes up with by 800%, which is quite a lot, but the CPH can handle it. That's a little bit concerning if you're trying to do remote power, but since it's right there, it's fine. Doubles the smelting speed and allows the machine to have a higher buffer. Oh, that's correct. It mentioned the basic smelters, and I can actually make, well, no, I can't. I need more organic rock. I would also need PCBs. Basics, which I believe are made from copper. This is a good time to go through here and find it. Don't quite remember off the bat. I'm sure the plant would probably tell me. Oh, that's right, I need copper coil as well. So I'll have to make a coiler at some point. Which means I'll need more tin plates and copper wire. I'm just going to use half of it this time because I want to have some on hand in case I have to make another chest. And this, I could either just cut this off for now, but as often as I need those, I'd like to just keep it running, and I'll just let that backlog and then just take plates once there's extra. Or I could pull out the few that's in it at any time since it requires 6. In fact, I may just do that. I'll take them out here or there. That gets the plates I need. And this is the copper. Oops. And that converts metal wires into coils. It's kind of cool. The animation is it wrapping around a spool. And that, like these, I would probably want a belt going into another chest or hopper. Unfortunately, all these hoppers tend to add up in cost. I can go ahead and get rid of this force induction, since it's probably not likely to get another one for a while. And already having that force induction is going to help out quite a bit with getting enough materials for all these machines. And then I need another 5 tin plates for the PCB assembler, which naturally I've been forgetting to collect them, so some of them have already gone into making housings. However, there should be enough with just the ingots I have here. Oh, I actually have 5 now. So PCB assembler converts metal coils into PCBs. And yes, I believe basic are, in fact, what I need. I don't think I ever need metal coil directly for anything, so I'm probably just going to take out this, put the PCB assembler in line, so it goes straight from the coils to the assembler, and then put the crate or hopper. Let me make sure that's correct. Oh yeah, this part kind of makes me laugh, because it puts it on the coil and then turns around and uncoils it to make the PCB. And you literally can have them just in line like that. Totally optimal, I'm sure. I actually forgot what I needed that for. I should mention there are these other upgrades for Arthur as well. A battery, which allows him to hold 8 times as much, and a solar panel increasing the rate at which he generates power. Although the panel needs lithium, and it looks like the battery does as well. Then you can just make it an upgrade pack. So instead of taking 3 slots in your inventory, it only takes 1. There's also these cosmetics for him if you have the Dapper upgrade pack. What was it I need that for? Oh, correct. It was for the basic ore smelters. Although I cannot make those yet because I need more organic rock. So I think I will go ahead and try and get the lithium going first. As much as having more smelters would be nice. And because we need the wires, I'm just going to take out this belt for now, so that the copper just gets made into wire. It would probably be more efficient to make a separate extruder that just is dedicated to that. Normally I would let it back up in PCBs and stuff, but that can also be frustrating if you need wire and PCB. So I think for now what I'll just do is cut out the belt there and only place that when I need it. Lightweight housing and gears. There's housing. And I got some gears. I didn't see how many. I need 5 more. So I'm going to have to put some iron in to smelt. Now things are relatively peaceful at the moment, but that can really change. Just wait until later and you actually get this kind of defense thing going on, where you build up enough, you'll actually anger the bugs and they'll start sending waves at you. There's a scanner you can eventually make to actually see how long until the next wave and how much threat and stuff your base generates. I'll probably work towards that shortly. I think about the time I start lithium, it'll probably be well into generating threat. Unfortunately, while that cooks up, I will be away for just a moment. Okay, back. Also, thank you to the people who have popped in to watch the stream so far. I figured there might be a few who would just come in to see what it was about, but I wasn't expecting this many people for what is my first stream that's actually running. And since I have a couple minutes, I think I'm going to go ahead and elevate this buffer or move it closer to the base, so I don't have to move so far to access it. Nope. Dang it. You never really realize how many builds you're going to need and how many you're going to go through. You never have enough. There we go. Okay, plenty of gears. There we go. Miner. Now I need tin for the laser to transmit the energy. Just gonna go ahead and take the rest out so that it makes only the tin. Also, that plant I accidentally broke, I can place back down. I'm going to go ahead and put a power sphere on this side as well to charge from the base, because I think I'm going to pull the excess power off the back side since the front is so cluttered already. While we wait for more tin to smelt, I'm going to go ahead and break down the other rows I'll need for bringing a belt of ore up as well. By the way, what I'm doing now is holding control, and that is what is allowing me to do super dig. It uses up a lot more power, but digs very rapidly. Ow. I'm trying not to repeatedly hit the ground and get myself lined up. There we go. Damn it. Fine, I'll just... Oh, now it works, of course. Now it looks like there was another chunk of ore in the way. What was that again? Coal. I don't have enough power to finish the scan and find out how much is there. There are upgrades you can get for your suit as well to make your suit have a larger capacity, for example. So I won't have to come back to the surface near as often when I get one of those. Also, I wouldn't go through near as much if I didn't keep hurting myself. Now, normally I would avoid ores because digging through them is very annoying. However, it looks like this one may not be very dense. It's hard to explain, but the texture is pretty smooth. There's not a lot of rough spots. So I think I should be able to dig through this relatively fast. You have to super dig through ore, though. You cannot use the normal dig. You just get rubble. Of course, I'm already out of power from healing. Gonna go ahead and research the laboratories just so it stops doing that notice. And we'll go ahead and research the threat scanner too. Oh, there's the upgrade for the suit power upgrade. Suit solar cell. Diamond focusing laser. Okay. That'll unlock quite a few more things for me to work towards. Unfortunately, almost all of them anymore require charged lithium coils. It didn't used to be the case, but that seems to be what they are pushing towards now. Okay. Now those only have a range of 64 blocks. So there's a good chance that will not reach all the way down, and I'll have to place another one somewhere along the way as well. Now, yep, you can see the laser ends right there, so I can just put another one at the end of the chain to make it go even farther. As a matter of fact, if I want, I can temporarily place down a power block and just resupply from that locally. Although because of those lasers are so bad, that won't actually get much down here. And I was right, this vein is not very dense, as evidenced by the fact it didn't take very long to break through that one block. So I at least know there's coal there, but that's not a very good vein of it. By the way, can you guys hear the game audio? I'm not sure if that's coming through for you guys at all. I do play with the music and stuff turned way down, and the sound kind of, so I'm not sure if any of that's even being picked up. It does have a lot of cool environmental effects, but certain sounds are just annoyingly loud. I can already tell I'm going to need at least another third laser. Oops. By the way, there are different death settings, and I forgot to check what one I'm on, so I'm not entirely sure what will happen if I die. generator. So you can do remote mining operations. And I could try and set up the lithium down there to run off that coal vein I found along the way. Unfortunately, they lose efficiency underground very quickly, and it doesn't take very long before you will not get any power from them underground, or at least not any measurable amount. They're really designed to run on the surface. So I'm not sure if I will be able to do that or not, and therefore I think I will just skip it and try and directly run the lasers down. I think that's enough health. I should be able to attempt to go down now. Unfortunately, I'm going to need yet another laser. I'm going to go ahead and put the energy spheres on this bar as well, just for convenience. And because the laser and conveyor belts cannot share a block, what I will probably do is place the hopper on top, run the belt along this ledge over the laser, and then run it parallel. Also, I thought I saw a gap here, but it may just be crazy. Actually, I could start making more storage hoppers soon too, although I would need a lot of iron coming in. So I think that's probably, well, iron and tin both. So I think both those will have to have dedicated smelters as soon as I find more of those organic rocks. probably have to figure out a better way to run this later so I can still access the miner for upgrades and things. But for now, this will work. And getting lithium started will be important because it's apparently used for almost everything now. As you see from the cold, the hypothermia letters up top are present. And if that bar ever reaches the end, you die of hypothermia as well. Various times, depths, and stuff will have an effect on that. Shoot. Yep. That was close. Dang it. Oh no, it placed every single one of those wrong. That's probably the worst thing that could have happened by now. Especially when I'm at low health. Yep. Yep. As often as I'm dying, I may have to get myself a room made so I can make the... What? Okay, that seems to happen randomly. I've never had that happen before today, so I'm not sure if that's a new bug or what. I guess I have research points. I might as well research rooms and get that out of the way. I'm not gonna worry about the energy grommet for now because I won't need energy. Well, I'll research it, but I won't need energy inside the room for a while. Because the machines I'm plan on placing inside do not consume it. As many of these early items do. And this room's probably gonna be a little bit larger than I've built them last couple times, but they always felt so cramped and like I didn't have room for anything. So I'm gonna go ahead and build this one a little bit more spacious. Oh god. And sometimes the build to you will mess up and do that too. Which I suspect is another bug. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's intended to build that high. Now, if I were to place a room controller down right now, you see it tells you what you need to the requirements. Cannot locate 4 walls. Part of that is because this gap here. And that's where the airlock comes into play. Now it's showing this here because this is all exposed air because I do not have a roof. Your structure does not have to be out of the same type of material, obviously, since I built part of it into the snow blocks. But it does have to be completely sealed up and enclosed. And then you have to have at least a 3x3 air gap before the outer airlock. So that puts it a little too close to my laser for comfort, but oh well. Oops. And now, room is working. Volume 336 meters cubed. No fans or filters. Now that in itself doesn't necessarily do much for me right now. But I can make a health kit machine to go in there as soon as I find out if I can even do that yet. I believe I can. And that will, it doesn't look like I have the research. That will turn seed pods into them. To get seed pods, I have to find plants that are harvestable. Looks like these danglers are not. They're harvestable. When you right click, you will get seed pods. Okay, manticore I'm sure are, so maybe I need to research. I'm not seeing anything that stands out. Perhaps in the agriculture? And I'll go ahead and do aesthetics just cause. Okay, yeah. Hydroponics bay allows you to grow seeds quicker. But what I really want is this ample crafter and dispenser. Which both require more gears than I currently have. And require some machine housings, which I haven't enough, but I might as well make extra. Okay, well, there's gears craft up. I can at least place a hopper and the crafter down. The hopper will take seeds, and the crafter will assemble them into capsules. While I'm here, I should see the cost of a room light. Construction paste. I do not believe I actually have a grinder to make that yet. You can grind down any basic materials like stone and such into paste and use that for just about any light or decorative block. And now the dispenser has to attach to the crafter. And as I deposit seeds in here, it will turn 8 into a capsule that will put in the dispenser they can take from. These still are not harvestable, though. I'm wondering if they are not sufficiently grown. It seems rather strange. Oh, yep, because there's one here that is. So they need to have the little pink blossoms on them. It's weird that none of these have grown yet for as long as I've been here. I might just do a little bit of exploring and see if I can find something else that's mature enough to collect. It doesn't look like anything actually is. So I'll have to wait for some of those to grow. Alternatively, I could make some hydroponics to plant stuff in and they would grow seeds faster. However, if I remember correctly, yeah, they require charged lithium, of course. Now, at least at this point, I should have sufficient health to finish off the belts. Assuming I don't completely fuck up. Oh, shoot. Now this is a major problem. That is a Minoc. It's not going to let me scan them. But basically, periodically throughout the map, there are these hive minds, they will send out tendrils and look for conveyor belts below a certain depth to steal ores off of them and grow. And a Minoc is what happens when they encounter one. I did not believe we were sufficiently low enough yet for those to spawn, but I suppose I was wrong. Which means I will need turret defenses along here to keep shooting the Minocs off the belt so that the hive mind does not steal the resources. Fortunately, I think turrets aren't too expensive, but I will have to make more energy lasers as well, since I'll have to put cubes and stuff down, or spheres, to power the turrets. Apparently I do not even have tier 1 unlocked. Oh, yep. My bad. Machine housings and gear. Doable. I also only have one energy cube left, and the rest will require charged lithium. So if I cannot place this properly to cover the whole length below the depth at which they spawn, I may have to move some manually until I can produce more. So I'll have to be very careful with this, and it might be worth investing in tier 2 if I can do so. That will give it more range and be able to cover more. Nope, charged lithium. Now, I do realize that the plants up here seem to share the same texture as the Minoc. Well, you can tell simply because the Minocs will only spawn on belts. Oops, I forgot to make one more laser. Oh, and there was another debris impact. Although I do not believe I'll be able to get up there in time to see where it lands. Yep, I'll have to find that at a later date. Actually, if that's got one here, there's probably going to be one down below as well. Yes, there's quite a few. That is rather unfortunate. That end, what I'm probably going to have to do is borrow one of the energy spheres off from one of these miners to ensure I can break up this line enough for all the turrets to do it. By the way, if you look at them, you can see a range as a projection. I'll borrow that sphere for now. There is a reason for overmines, and you'll have to use them later on. But for the time being, all it's going to do is steal resources and grow. And since I do not know the origin of this one, I can't really farm it. Hey! On break again? It's going okay. The new save has lithium almost directly under my base, which is awesome. Although I have ran out of power cubes to place turrets on the path. So, overmines maybe, or high mines maybe will swipe stuff off. As a matter of fact, I think because of that, I'll probably just put down a temporary buffer. I'll try and get enough lithium to make coils and make more power cubes. Then I'll deal with bringing it all the way to the surface. Wait, is it already that time? Wow, it's later than I expected. I'm sorry. So I'm probably going to need at least 2 more of these spheres. Out of curiosity, what's it going to take to charge the coil? Well, first of all, I'll need another coil plant. I'll split off a couple more for plates. I don't see it listed there. I wonder if it's a research. Yep, I missed it, my bad. Coil charger, gears and more housings. Yep. So I'll need 4 more gears and 1 more housing. Plenty of those. Housing should be okay on. Yeah. Okay, so this I want to coil. Shoot. I'm gonna put this near power to make this easy. Okay. Of course, I used up tin. And I'll go take off this buffer. Hopefully that turret did a good enough job at keeping them off the line down here. Which it appears to have. Well, plus the drive home. Now, unfortunately, I don't think this is going to make me near enough lithium with a 4 ore to 1. It's only going to come out to about 8 ingots. I guess that would be enough for 1 charge, I think. Because it takes 6... Oops, I'm going to have to do a buffer chest. Takes 6 lithium coils to make 1 charged. Oh, here it was. And yes, my base is very, very messy. There we go. There is some lithium. A little bit more than needed for 1 coil. Oh, excuse me, it's 5 coils, not 6. I'm gonna have to power that, which looks like I cannot do directly. Oops, so I'll have to just do this temporarily, just so I can get at least 1 coil done. Wow, that's getting enough power to work on that slow laser. I'll go collect more lithium. Alright. See you later, convoy. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, that small amount's hardly even anything. I forgot that I have to extrude into wire before I can coil, so I have to make an extruder plant first. It looks like I might have to go around a corner here. Yeah, just passed through the ingots because I couldn't do anything with them. And once again, the irony, coiling the wire just to turn on, uncoil a couple blocks later. There we go. Oh, I need machine housing. Odds are I'm getting quite a few of those coming up. So first thing I plan on doing is I will replace this laser with an energy cell. So that cell should just automatically provide power to that since it's touching it. And then use the laser to siphon off a portion further down. And I have that gem I found earlier. I think it's about time I make that into a lens if I can. The diamond, yes. If I put that into here, the diamond dramatically increases the amount of power that I can transfer. So this should now keep up with the coiler and the miner down beneath. Oh, just realized my power was so low. Oh, it's... Ow. Yeah, I'm very clumsy. Thank goodness the game is pretty forgiving and you have a decent amount of health, assuming you don't do that all the time. Yep, there's one of my bodies. Those bodies do seem to persist for a long time, but they will decay between game restarts. Have a good one. for some reason, these ones over here seem to harvest much faster. Oops. Or mature. Of course, I still do not have sufficient amount to even make a single capsule. There we go. Nice chunk of lithium bars. Even though that will all get quickly consumed. You know, obviously, if you want to go really in depth, each of these different machines has their own production time. And if you want everything to be producing at like the same rates, you can have multiple extruders, for example, making multiple plates into wires until in the end all your machines are running like non-stop. Though you need quite a bit of space, quite a bit of machines and resources to do so. So I'm nowhere near worried about that yet. I just want to get enough in place to produce what I need to get this all automated. Oh shoot, and I need more copper wire. Fortunately, it looks like I had some on hand. So I need more gears and lightweight housings. Oh, I already have the 2 turrets. Never mind. So I think the depth might be at below 80 at which these things spawn. So if that's the case, somewhere in, I don't know, 110, 100 and so. Let's just do one right there. I'll place a turret. Oh. And that should cover both up and down. Dang it. That's going to use up a decent amount of power. Also, it does not appear to be in range to hit that one. So we just try this again a little bit higher. place that one here to make sure and cover the miner. Unfortunately, these do consume a lot of power when they're charging and firing, at least compared to these little lasers. So if they're working, the miner will not be. So to that end, I'll probably want to upgrade the lasers coming down here at some point. But at least if the miner's not working, it's not producing more ore, and it probably won't spawn as many. Okay, hopefully that charges that up just fine. Once it fills its buffer, it shouldn't use near as much, just passively, if at all. Just to be safe, I'm going to put one more down here. Because these tier 1 turrets don't have much range. There we go. And that should protect all the belts. So at this point, I am probably safe to remove this buffer and just take it straight up to the surface. All right. Now, my next project should be getting auto smelting going. I have a little bit for that, but I need more organic rocks. So the next step for that is go find those. Easiest way to do that is to find them in caverns. Fortunately, the scanner has this convenient feature where I can ping for air, and it will show air blocks underground, so you can find caverns using your scanner. Oh, and I was correct. There was one over here. I just did not dig far enough. Always make sure and mark your exits of tunnels so you can find them again. It's easy to get lost. And judging by this light, I think there's another diamond up here. Yes, there is. A couple, in fact. Excellent. As another handy little feature, if you just need temporary light, using a little bit of power, you can just hit G and throw out a glow stick. Oh, shoot. Well, there's nothing I can do. I'm not there to defend it, and I don't even have a gun if I did. Apparently, I have built up sufficiently to start the waves. But I will try to get up there so you guys can see what that looks like. Yeah. And that can make it. So they will try to attack your CPH. And unless you're playing on the hardest settings, what it does is when it gets destroyed, it goes into a reboot phase. So during that time, I believe it doesn't produce any power, and it will actually affect your suit's lighting. But other than that, even if they succeed, it's not game ending. However, you do want to try and defeat them because they do drop very specific items like carapaces and stuff. And later on, those become very valuable. So you want to collect as many as you can. Since those are here, I need to be making more turrets and placing them down around the base to protect it. Especially because I still do not have a weapon of my own. Although I might be able to craft one now. Ooh, I need a lot more lithium, tons more iron. I could, but it's a lot of resources. Once again, it feels like they encourage you to defend with automated defenses. Something is wrong. The materials are not making it all the way up. Oh, they're just being incredibly slow. That is understandable with these basic belts. And of course, that's going to barely get power, if at all, because of the reboot. If you look up in the upper left below my health, you'll see a blue bar, and that shows the progress towards the reboot. Oh, it's currently hidden under my name. 1 second. Okay. That should fix that. So now you should be able to properly see the reboot bar. Unfortunately, I did not account for range on that first turret, so I had to place the second one here higher up. I only noticed after I saw a Minoc on the cable or on the belt. Hopefully that's now fully covered again. Oh yeah, I need to go explore the cave. That's what I was actually coming down for. Because I need more organic rock. Thankfully, once you find some, there's usually quite a few in an area. Also, it looks like there's a massive tin vein. Yep. Although it's only 500,000. So it's large, but it's not very dense. So there is tin here, but it's not ideal. And I see some of this organic rock. It's only one though, unfortunately. Oh, there's more. Ooh, quite a few in fact. 4. Come on, maybe some more. If I can get a few more, I should be able to get auto smelting for all the tier 1 resources. Oh, I missed that one. Normally I hate using those starting miners, or the smelters, because of their inefficiency. But I'm going to try and go with the automation as much as possible this time. Looks like that's all I'm going to find in this cavern. Lots of resources, though. Oh, there might be more up there. That looks like it's an emerald as well. Which, like diamond, can be used to make a laser, or make your lasers transmit power more efficiently. Oh, that just carries over into this cavern, but there's this here. Nope, looks like I got all the organic. Let's see how many I ended up with. That gave me 7. It's only enough for 2, but it's a start. I could always go hunting for more caverns, but I wanted to get the ones started I have the materials for. Hey, Lady G. Oops. Thank you for the follow. Alright, let's find out what I need for these smelters. Lightweight machine housings. I think I might actually have enough of those made. Yep. Oh, you have no idea. This game, the map is thousands of meters deep, I believe. Oh, right, the emerald I found as well. I don't necessarily need an emerald, but 20 free points. Can't pass that up. Were you playing with anyone, or was it just your time now? Oh, yeah, sleep. That evil thing. Okay, definitely gonna need lithium and I think iron. Probably also gonna have to upgrade those hoppers. And of course I'll have to get power to those as well. If I actually, I might do something a little bit similar over here. Place this next to it and just have it share a power block. Jeez, a few people. So let's see. I'm gonna need more lithium coils for sure. And I believe it's housings for storage crates. Yep, gears and housings. Now you're gonna collect that copper. I've got quite a bit right now. They do stack up to like 100 in your inventory automatically. You can condense it down to 150 manually, but it's easy for ores to back up if you just collect them all the time. So I'm only gonna let that much in my inventory. That's the end game boss, isn't it? I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. Also, because these take 8 times the resources, and it already takes 4 ore to make 1 ingot, I have to use these other hoppers, because the 10 ore that the other one stored definitely would not be enough to ever trigger the smelter to operate. And I think I'm gonna look in to see if I have a splitter yet. Or something. Actually, I might start with that, I think. Turntable? Yes. Lightweight machine housing. Expensive, but doable. I'm gonna put that over here. And that will try and check every direction and send each one a different way. Oops. Dang it. Okay, that will send half of it there to that hopper. And half of it here. Oops. I probably better not put that attached to that belt, or my feet onto that. Okay, so half the ingots will go straight to being coils, and the other half will be in storage. That way, I have a little bit of both on hand. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, does she spawn in the world normally, or do you have to set off the nukes or something for her to spawn? Because from the sound of it, they said that nukes were going to have like a lot of hostiles and good loot. Now, unfortunately, because I have enough things coming off this chain, power may soon kind of become an issue here. So I may have to either put gems in every single one of these lasers, make sure they always transfer enough, or split off some of this onto its own line. I'm not sure what I'll do yet. I have gems, so I might as well craft some of them up. Actually, let me put a diamond one in there. I think the diamond is lower than the emerald. So I'll put an emerald first to make sure the most goes there. There. Ah. Wait, this is only taking 8? But it said the basic smelter took 8 times as much ore. Am I crazy? Oh, it doesn't say that. Maybe that was something that was changed. Okay, good. So this isn't going to consume near as much ore as I thought it was, making it much more reasonable. Although it looks like my next project should be upgrading all the belts and that miner down there. Because it slows this lithium's coming in. It's going to take a long time to get the 5 it needs just to make a charged coil. Especially when half of it goes into storage. Oh, I'm missing wire and housings now. Okay. Wire, that's doable. Housings are gonna suck a little bit. Yeah. I remember someone saying they had to have like an uber weapon to even make the health bar appear to take damage. Oh, good. They changed something. It used to be these basic ore smelters you could not remove once you place them. But it seems like they did away with that. At least not without a tier 2 build gun. Oh wait, this is not what I need automated though. I need more storage of that, but I need the tin automated first. Now, what I should probably be doing rather than keep siphoning off power is start splitting off some of the coal here and going to separate pyrothermal generators. That way there's not so much draw on a single source, and so it's not all dependent on the CPH. But that's a project for after I get this working, I guess. So many tasks that all need done. It's really nice having that lithium right under the base, though. Last time I had to hunt for miles to find one, and when I did, it was over such rough terrain and stuff that I never ran power to it. I literally just had manual lithium the whole time. Yeah, I have that problem all the time, Lady G. I think the person I was talking to had some sort of legendary shotgun or something that was also one of the most powerful ones at the time. Okay. It's not a lot of storage, but that should get me started with the ingots. Add only at the end. Okay. Oh, that's definitely not getting enough power. Damn. Okay, one option is for me to upgrade these lasers, because again, these basic ones are very bad. And it looks like I'm probably going to have to do that. Gonna have to at the very least do one more over here as well. Oh, and I need iron. Yeah, when they say endgame, they mean endgame. Be kind of funny if you could nuke the same location to take out the boss with the second nuke. Wow, that's yet to do a single smelt. Oop, I do have a diamond focus. So I can actually send more power than that can with that. That's not good. So I need one more gem to put in here, it looks like, and then upgrade that laser as well. Or run 2 lines, which is probably the better option. Yeah, I think I might do that. And then just move that. So this gets power from that entirely. You don't need it, but it might as well stay there. It's not going to hurt anything. So we're going to need 2 of the next tier laser. Alright, 10 plates. No, thank you. I actually thought about adding a music bot, but there's 2 reasons why I didn't. First being this was initially a test. I didn't know if I was going to be able to run it. Didn't know if it was going to work right. So there's a bunch of factors. Second being, if I ever want to post these to YouTube, I don't have to deal with like copyright stuff. I have a friend who's starting streaming, and pretty much every one of their videos has no audio because they use a music bot. So if you don't catch them live, you're kind of screwed. Nope, iron gears. Doable. Oops, if I don't turn it the wrong way. Makes sense. You still have not cooked up a single one. The temperature can't even get up. Oh, this is so bad. Actually, I can do this for now, right? Yeah, I can take this out of here. Now you'll keep up. Don't tell me you won't keep up. Barely. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make some pyrothermals. Gotta supplement the power going to base. A little bit more than I would like to spend, too. But at least that appears to be gaining temperature, so it should start smelting. And this is working slow, but just fine. So I need to go find more of those rocks and set up more. Oh. Smelters. So, I'm in this cavern. Let's ping to see if there's air elsewhere nearby. Kind of. There's something over there. Oops. And I played stupid and just burned through all my power. I also forgot to pick up more coal for torches. I blame you, Lady G. It's not your fault, but I'm still blaming you anyway. Dang it. Okay, first off, coal. Give me that coal. Setting off power. Oh, you're the meanie for distracting me. Oh, some stream power here. Probably turret shooting. Ow. Always with the ankles. Right, where was that air gap I saw? Down here. Oh, this is just this section. Already been there. Using that fast stick, unfortunately, also uses a lot of power, so that's another reason I had to go back for more. And here we are. Oop. And I'm not having luck finding organic rock. Go away, hologram. I don't need you. Oop. I say that, and then 2. Right there. More, please? Always, like I mentioned before, make sure you know where your exit is. I put extra torches around just to be sure. Getting lost underground sucks. Oh, I'm out of power, so I can't do another scan. I really need to do the suit upgrade. Put down a little heat to stave off hypothermia. I actually like to go a little bit over and get myself extra hot. That gives me a little bit of time. I'll just steal a little bit from down here, but I don't want to steal too much. Oh, hello. that camo bot, but I still don't have a gun to deal with him. If I could just hit him once, he would uncamo and the turrets would target him, recognizing he's a threat. I can't. As a matter of fact, killing that would give me another organic rock, which would be exactly what I need for the next one. Actually, I think I already had one, so I might be able to make the third one now. Yep. I already need to organize my inventory again. How sad. I know I keep taking all the lithium bars from there and putting them into the coil, but you just use so much more coil. Lots of wires, one gear, one housing. Okay. Now this will let me siphon off some of our coal and stop relying entirely on the base for power. What was I thinking? Oh, power storage for that. Alright. According to that, I still have one though. So that I can remove all this redundant stuff. Oops. Give this its own dedicated power source. Use a gem from one of those. Oops. If I place it in the right position. Use the gem. Now this should always get enough power. And release some of the burden on the CPH. And this still can keep up. Although not as much as I'd like. Alright, will do. Thank you, Lady G. It's awesome seeing you stop in. To be honest, it was kind of quiet till you came in. Matt was in a little bit here and there, but he's at work, so he couldn't stay on for long. Convoy stopped in for a little bit too. course, I disassembled all that. Now I'm probably going to have to place it down just for this one. Okay, so the only thing that's not coming in automatically now is copper. Yeah, I don't know how often I'm going to be doing this either. There's only certain hours of the day that are quiet enough around here for me to do so. Why are you not running? Oh, you're not getting a feat because that's the basic laser, right? Actually, I think I have the stuff in my inventory to upgrade. Lithium bars, that's doable. I think that uses more lithium, but way more efficient than everything else. Now it should get it running. Sounds good. Have a good one, Lady G. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Guess I can collect more seeds too. Beware, when items drop, there is a short delay before you can pick them up. So if you're running around like this, picking up seeds, you might experience what I just had happen. I have to go over it again to collect them because I was in too much of a hurry. What ore patch is that? Oh, that's more copper. 0.7 million. It's not great, but not bad. So if this one runs out, we'll have backup. gonna try and upgrade as many of these old hoppers to the new ones as I can. Wow, it takes 15 of those to make a storage. That would come out to 30 ingots of each, as opposed to 12 tin and 10 iron. So way more resources, but nowhere near as much iron and work. Although, given the rate at which these are currently running, I don't really have the ores to waste yet. I think I'm going to set aside a separate stamper for some iron plates. And its job will be to make me plates just for the upgraded conveyors. Oh, hopper. That's unfortunate. I cannot make the upgrader yet. Oh, I do have the paste grinder. Okay, this is where things start to get a little frustrating. To progress farther in research, I have to make these research pods that go inside a multi-block structure. And these pods take PCBs of an associated type. So for basic, I believe it's copper. So you go through coiling, then printing to a PCB. Then you need 2 of those PCBs and then 6 plates of the associated metal. So in total you need 8 ingots to produce 1 of those research capsules. thought I heard that doing something strange, but must have just been kicking on for me taking all the copper out of the buffer. Oops. I just feel like I need to upgrade everything all at once. And I don't have enough to do any of it. Oh, and there is that overmind. Hello. Well, I knew it had to be somewhere close. That is what is feeding off from the belts that I had put the turrets up for. As it gets more resources from siphoning off, that will get bigger. However, that stuff is actually what you need for some things later on. So you kind of want to farm those. But there are certain machines you have to use because the ones that produces is hard resin, not soft resin like I found before. So you have to like melt it first, basically. That unlocked a whole research project, but I don't even have the research lab in place yet to start on that. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna look into the basic drills here. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. Use it. They produce twice as much ore with the drill in, but I think it uses like 4 times the power. So this may overload this line here. Tin one. But there's large gaps on the belt. So I should, in theory, be able to stack the belt in such a way that it constantly places and fills in those gaps. I don't know if that's still a thing, but you used to be able to do something like this, because each side had its own output. So you could get twice as many items on a belt doing it like this. You could potentially get up to 4 if you really, really want to get crowded. Assuming your input was sufficient for that. Which obviously this is not going to be, even with the improved motor. But now there's less gaps in the ore, so more should get to the smelter. Eventually. Okay, now it's got iron basic PCB or copper basic PCBs in there. So in theory, if I put in copper here to make plates, oh right, I need power to this too. Dang it. I'm just assuming I can do it with that many lasers. Oh. Gotta have something else there because there's no way I can reach it with the way it's currently sitting. We'll do a sphere. Okay. So now this pyrothermal generator will be serving double duty, supplying that furnace and the researcher. Which is going to be incredibly slow because that is nowhere near enough power on its own. Yeah, only at 14%. That's going to take a while. This entire base is running on molasses. Oops. So it's 1 tin plate and 2 crafts of conveyors to upgrade personally. Or 2 tin plates and 2 copper. So it's actually way cheaper to upgrade basics. Oops, not in here though. Dang it. Oops, I did this in the machine again. I get why, but I wish the recipes were the same on both. For now, the smelter on the base can be dedicated to the copper. So to upgrade all these belts, main thing I need will be iron. Or tin. So that needs to be the first one I upgrade over here. Also, this is no longer enough to supply everything, which is part of why I made that drill head. Gonna siphon off some of this coal. And make a second PTG. Someday, whenever I have resources, for anyone interested, this game does support multiplayer, and I am always looking for people to play with. However, I probably won't be streaming multiplayer sessions if I do get any. Oh, damn it. And now we're being attacked from a direction I'm not prepared to defend. Okay, and that's not getting enough power there. You have to do it there. This is really not ideal. It apparently does not get power unless it's from a cube. So nothing I can do about that one. Oh, you were totally within the range. How cheap. Yep. I feel like I have all the abundant resources and the luck with placement, but the production is just so slow this way. Oh yeah, that one was taking almost a whole pyrothermia, pyro, pyrothermic in itself, just to power. Which means this lab should now be running. 6 plates, 2 PCBs. Can I do this backwards? Oh, that helps. Yeah. Alright guys, I think I'm going to end the stream here for the day. It went pretty well. We had a decent number of people pop in. I'd like time to review this, make sure everything's the way I want it. So, I will possibly stream again tomorrow. Kind of depends on what other people around me do. And how this stream turns out in recording after I check it. If so, I'll see any of you guys that pop in then.